of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom meeting, or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. City Attorney Logue will make a closed session announcement, and then the City Council welcomes public comment on the items listed for closed session.
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez. There are 2 items on the closed session agenda for this evening. Item 2.1 is a conference with labor negotiators pursuant to California Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are the City of Mountain View Assistant City Manager, Chief Operating Officer Audrey Seymour Ramberg, the Human Resources Director Sue Rush, and Charles Sakai of Sloan Sakai Young and Wong LLP. The employee organizations are Service Employees International Union, SEIU Local 521, the Eagles Association, the Police Officers Association, International Association of Firefighters, Local 1965, unrepresented fire managers, unrepresented police managers, unrepresented department heads, council appointees, unrepresented confidential employees, and unrepresented hourly employees. Item 2.2 is a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property at issue is 909 San Rafael Avenue. The agency negotiators are Angela LaMonica, Real Property Program Administrator, and Don Cameron, Public Works Director. The negotiating party is Newmark, and under negotiation is price and terms of purchase.
Very exciting. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on the closed session items listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raised hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Seeing no members of the public wishing to speak, the council will now recess to closed session and return to this webinar at 6:30 p.m. for the regular session. See you then.
You'll want to use the.
So everybody's in the other one now?
They just left. Yeah.
All right. Okay. I'll go to that one. I've got that one.
Okay.
Sorry.
No worries.
Hello? Oh. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council and the Shoreline Regional Park Communities of May 24, 2022. Before we get started, I would like to note that the items tentatively scheduled and noticed for tonight's meeting regarding 590 Castor Street, 365 to 405 San Antonio Road, and 2585 to 2595 California Street have been continued to a date uncertain and will not be heard at tonight's meeting. Updated notices will be sent out and posted once these items have been rescheduled. I will now read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with California Government Code Section 54953E as authorized by resolution of the City Council. Please contact city.clerk@mountainview.gov to obtain a copy of the applicable resolution. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, youtube.com/mountainviewgov, and on Comcast Channel 26. Noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period by visiting mountainview.gov/meeting to enter the Zoom webinar or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 843-5126-7142. Any emails received by 4:30 p.m. today were received directly by the City Council. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. City Clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Councilmember Abby Koga. Here. Councilmember Lieber.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember Showalter.
Here.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Here.
Mayor Ramirez.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. We'll now move to item 3, presentations. Please note these are presentations only. The City Council will not take any action. Public comment will occur after the presentation items. First is 3.1 Mental Health Awareness Month Proclamation. And we will now invite the proclamation recipient to join. Aria Rani Singledecker. Somebody can help find her. There she is. Thank you for joining us. We are happy to be joined this evening by local middle school student and mental health activist Aria Rani Singledecker to accept this proclamation. The proclamation reads, whereas 1 in 5 adults and 1 in 6 youth in California experience mental health illness each year, according to the National Alliance on Mental Health, and whereas mental health is the foundation for wellness, and all residents experience times of difficulty and stress in their lives that can impact their mental health, and whereas education and prevention are effective ways to reduce the burden of mental health conditions and the devastating impacts they can create on individuals and our community, and whereas in challenging times, it is essential that we encourage relatives, friends, coworkers, and residents to recognize the signs of mental health and guide those in need to appropriate services and support. And whereas the City of Mountain View has prioritized mental health by completing and continuing to support both short and long-term action items as part of the 2020 City Council goal to assess gaps in youth mental health services. And whereas the City Council's fiscal years 2021 to 23 work plan includes a priority project to explore alternative mental health crisis response methods. And whereas the City of Mountain View has provided programming to strengthen resiliency efforts in mental health for teens, such as a teen wellness retreat, monthly wellness-focused workshops for teens and parents in the community, and suicide prevention training for the community in partnership with the County of Santa Clara. And whereas the City of Mountain View is committed to mental health excellence in the workplace by prioritizing the mental health needs of our employees through training, engagement, flexible schedules, access to employee assistance programs, and behavioral health benefits and tools, and facilitating a culture that supports mental well-being. And whereas the City of Mountain View continues to collaborate with and support community-based organizations and healthcare providers to promote mental health wellness and support prevention and treatment efforts. And whereas we call upon all residents, businesses, and schools of the City of Mountain View to commit to increasing awareness, sharing knowledge, and reducing the barriers and stigma associated with seeking mental health services. Now, therefore, I, Lucas Ramirez, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Mental Health Awareness Month. Rennie, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to accept this proclamation. It really means a lot that the council has focused on mental health, as the youth mental health crisis has been boosted by the pandemic. And I just want to thank my mom, dad, Dr. Stephen Hinshaw, Ms. Gay Krause, Mr. Alex Briscoe, Ms. Galassi, Mr. Sayer, Mr. Lau, and Ms. Nishihara for supporting me along my journey. I'm 2 years into my mental health advocacy, and it's really changed me. I've become an advocate for more peer-to-peer communication and support and mental health education in schools. I made a documentary about mental health parity. And I just want to say, I believe we need to eliminate the stigma around mental health in order to create parity between mental and physical health challenges in order for everyone, teens, tweens, adults, to get the mental health care they need. And I believe that my generation will be the one to make those changes. So thanks again so much for choosing me to accept this proclamation, and thanks so much for having me.
Thank you very much for your advocacy. For members of the council who have not seen the documentary, I would encourage you to. It's very powerful and very well made. Would any member of the council like to say a few words? Vice Mayor Hicks.
Very few words. I was just going to say congratulations, and I agree with you, Mayor, that it's worth seeing the documentary, which I did have the opportunity to see. Ronnie, can you tell us, is there any opportunity for people, members of the public who may be interested, any opportunity to see it? Is it streaming somewhere?
Yeah, I have it on my YouTube channel, Aria Ronnie Sineldecker. Just look up my name and you'll be able to find it in YouTube.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no other comments from the council, well, thank you very much for joining us and accepting the proclamation. And again, very much appreciate your advocacy on behalf of those in our community who really could benefit from the services that you're promoting. So thank you for joining us. And we will now move on to 3.2, recognition of outgoing Youth Advisory Committee members. And I believe Emily Chan, who has joined us, will be receiving the proclamation, or not, there is no proclamation. We are happy to be joined this evening by Youth Advisory Committee Chair, Emily Chan. 6 of the Youth Advisory Committee members are graduating this June. Being a part of this committee requires time, effort, and leadership. We would like to thank Annie, Eliza, Emily, Hannah, Lauren, and Richard for their hard work, dedication, and positive contributions to our community. These members, some of which have been involved with the committee since middle school, have represented an important team voice and worked hard to accomplish work plan items year after year. Though a virtual committee over the past year, each of these members helped plan and lead several successful in-person events, including the Teen Wellness Retreat, Teen Open Mic Night, and Find Your Fit Teen Career Day. These 6 members also contributed to the View Teen Center by attending drop-in activities and offering ideas to improve the center. Lastly, they used their voice to relaunch Teen Week and the Teen Friendly Business Award, which highlighted how valuable teens are to our community. Thank you again for your service to the Mountain View community through your time on the Youth Advisory Committee. We wish you every success in your next endeavors. Emily, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me and for recognizing us. I think it's super special. I joined YAC my sophomore year, and so that was pre-pandemic, and I got to see how things were run. And moving into virtual, obviously there were some difficult transitions, but I think it was really cool to see how me and the other seniors as well really stepped up to kind of help our YAC through that time and just remind everyone about what we were here to do and keep us motivated to have our events. And I think it's really fulfilling to see that how much we still accomplished over the pandemic. And I've just really had a great time on YAC. I've met some really amazing people that I don't think I would have, and it's just a great opportunity to be involved in the community. And so I think I speak on behalf of all the other seniors when we just say this has been an amazing opportunity and we are so grateful, and we will definitely miss it. But yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. And we hope that your participation in civic matters doesn't end here. There are many other opportunities to participate, including other advisory bodies for you to join. Would any member of the council like to speak? Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to offer my congratulations to our departing YAC members. Certainly, you're a unique group, having had to go through the pandemic, and I just want to, acknowledge all of your hard work and your enthusiasm, despite the various challenges that the last couple of years have offered. And I'm just really pleased at how the YAC has grown over the years, and you play a really instrumental part of our community. So thank you for all of your hard work and dedication, and I wish you all well as you move on to your college career. And yes, please come back, and if you do, and we would love to have you get involved and participate in our city's activities again. But congratulations and best wishes to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. The other member of the council wishing to speak? Not. Thank you very much, Emily, for joining us and for your dedication and service on the YAC and to our community. We're very grateful. We will now take public comment for the presentation items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on the presentation items listed on the agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. So I see Ruth has, you have your hand up. This is for the 2 presentation items that we've just heard. Let's go ahead and set 3 minutes. Ruth, you are the first speaker. Ruth, are you able to unmute yourself? If not, then maybe you can try again later in the non-agenda public comment period. I'm sorry, we weren't able to get that to work. So now we will proceed to the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Let me get my notes here. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I do not want to pull an item, but I do want to highlight 2 of the items, 4.4 and 4.5. So just tell me whenever you'd like me to do that. I just want to kind of bring them to the attention of the public in particular.
Well, let's do that after the public comment, if that's okay.
Great.
Any other members of the council wishing to pull an item? I'm going to pull 4.3 Shoreline Boulevard Interim Bus Lane. And if there are no other items, then we will turn to the public. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on any item on the consent calendar? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Let's go ahead and allocate 3 minutes for the consent calendar. The first speaker is Eva Tang.
Hello, am I unmuted? Like, can you
We
hear
can
me?
hear you.
Okay, great. Okay.
Yes.
Hi, Eva Tang here. I wanted to pull 4.1, which is the resolution to continue remote public meetings during a state of emergency, just to bring attention to the fact that COVID is, raging across the county. There are, the case rate has risen a lot. I'm sorry, my cat has a lot of opinions. The access to meetings has been really, really important to the public. So I believe that 4.1 is particularly important. Thank you. That's my time.
Thank you. Albert, I see you have your hand up. I pulled 4.3. I should have clarified this. We'll take public comment for 4.3, the Shoreline bus lane, separately, right after we conclude the balance of the consent calendar. The next speaker is Mai.
Hi, is it, I got a mail say that regarding overnight parking restriction between 2 a.m. and 6.
That item will be heard later in the agenda.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
No problem. The next speaker is Alex Brown.
Just want to agree with Eva. A lot of my neighbors have been able to participate during this epidemic in ways that they couldn't otherwise, and I would like to ensure that they continue to be able to participate in these meetings. So allowing for hybrid or remote meetings is very important to a lot of members of the community. Thanks.
Very much. The next speaker is Tim Mckenzie.
Hi, Tim Mckenzie, he, him pronouns. Just would like to echo how important hybrid is for a way for the community to be engaged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other public comment, we'll return to the council for deliberation. And I'll note that a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include the reading of the title of the resolutions attached to 4.1 and 4.2. I understand that members of the council wanted to highlight or speak to some of the items before we take a motion. So let's go ahead and do that. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes, I just wanted to highlight two of the consent calendar items that I know a lot of members of the public have been interested in. One is 4.4, the active transportation plan. So we've gotten email, particularly from one of our big pedestrian activists, Joel Dean, saying that he hopes we take a close look in particular at walkability and use walkability experts rather than our usual consultants to look at this important transportation mode and do it justice. I wanted to let him and anyone else interested in walkability know that staff, when I read the report, I was pleased to see that staff has chosen Meta Urban Design, also known as MUD, which describes itself as a boutique women-run design firm that in particular does community engagement. By coincidence, I've seen some of their work when I went to Denver, and I think they do very good work on pedestrianism. So I just wanted to reassure members of the public who are, I think, validly concerned that sometimes we give pedestrianism a short shrift, that they were hired, and you can look in the staff report and you can look at their website and see if you agree with me that they were a good choice. And I just wanted to add also on pedestrianism that although we've gotten away from just looking at safety is important, of course, for pedestrians. I was happy to see that the staff report also looked at making it possible to walk in extreme heat via shade and so forth. And I wanted to add one more thing that I think MUD focuses on to some degree, but also to really make a community walkable, you need places to go. And that's something that members of the public have been emailing us about, the potential loss of neighborhood serving retail, such as grocery stores and so forth. And I hope that will be a focus of our walkability as well, because you can't walk places if there's nowhere to walk to. And the second one I wanted to comment on is 4.5, which is the status update on Los Altos District School and City Park Master Plan. I just wanted to highlight it for the public in case people skipped over the consent calendar, that we found a location and rough plans for the San Antonio City Park and adjacent school with some shared recreation space, and that you can look at that. If you look in the packet, you can see kind of a rough draft of how it might be laid out. And we are inviting community engagement around park planning. And also there's the possibility of having some of the league sports there and maybe relieving some of our other parks of that particular activity. So I know the community has been very interested in that and wanted to highlight that as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I just have a brief comment on item 4.5, which is again the Los Altos School District update. And first of all, I want to thank the staff for the update. As Vice Mayor Hicks said, there is a lot of interest in our community about this, and it's a very exciting opportunity. So it's really nice to see, you know, what progress has been made and kind of what the plan is for the next year or so. And I just wanted to also state that I'm particularly interested in and I think many people in our community are, in making sure that our residents have access as much of the time as possible to the joint use open space section, which is which has come up so much with our other, you know, school district sites. So it's really important to us that, you know, we're giving this as park, we're giving this with park money, and so it is so important that people get to use it as much as possible. And it's really wonderful to see this progress. So thank you.
Thank you. There are no other questions or comments. The motion is in order to approve the balance of the consent calendar. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar, including item 4.1, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing and continuing virtual meetings of City Council committees, boards, and commissions pursuant to AB 361 and making required findings to be read in title only, further reading waived. And 4.2, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing a local enforcement agency pursuant to Assembly Bill 1276 to be read in title only, to be further reading waived. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I'll second the motion.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? If not, the city clerk will start the roll call.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm now going to promote John and Ed to panelist for 4.3. So hopefully they will join momentarily. 4.3 is the Shoreline Boulevard interim bus lane and utility improvements. There they are. Thank you for joining us. I don't want to belabor the point. I'm going to support the staff recommendation, but it's a big deal for a project on the verge of construction to be canceled and for the contract to be terminated. So I wanted to better understand how we got here. So I understood, I appreciated the staff report and I guess the utilities that had previously been unidentified in the corridor itself. And I want to better understand, is it the fault of the contractor? You know, did the city not do sufficient due diligence? I don't know if I don't expect this to happen again, but it might be an opportunity for us to learn what could have been done better to make sure that we understand what's in the corridor before we tear it up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. Regarding the utilities, as we mentioned in the council report, it was a relatively limited amount of potholing that was done to identify and confirm utility locations during the design phase. More should have been done. This really is a combination of both staff reviewing the scope of work with the consultant and working with the consultant, the design consultant. However, you mentioned lessons learned, and one of the things that we've definitely taken away and we're being much more diligent about for our capital projects going forward is we are doing a lot more potholing. And just for people that want to understand what potholing is, it's when we go in and very narrow bores are done into the ground to confirm what our as-built plans say may be the location of various utilities, water, sewer, telecommunications, gas, even underground electric if it's there. And it's very important when you do that during the design phase to identify whether there are unforeseen utilities. They might be so old that they're not showing up on our plans. And that's one of the challenges we face with the Shoreline corridor. It's one of the oldest corridors in the city and has turned out to have a lot more unknown utilities than anticipated. So we are definitely using this as a learning experience and doing much more active potholing during the design phase of our capital projects.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And very quickly, for members of the public, we'll go to public comment right after questions, and then after public comment, we'll take a motion. And then the other set of questions I had has to do with there were sort of two big reasons why the contract has to be terminated. That's one of them, and then the other is the decision to eliminate the second left turn lane from Middlefield to Shoreline. Between the two, which is the more significant change? If it had, in other words, if it had just been the utility concern, would that still have required the termination of the contract? Would a change order have been more feasible? What's staff's assessment of that?
We've asked ourselves that. I've followed up with staff, and it's really difficult for us to predict that. The utility changes were significant. But when we sat down to talk to the contractor, it was both the combined utility changes as well as removing the left turn lanes and reconfiguring the intersection from the scope of work. And so what basically led to the decision was the cumulative effect of both these scope changes. At this time, I couldn't tell you whether we could have successfully negotiated a contract amendment just for the utility changes, because that was not our focus in talking to them. Okay,
that's good to know. Thank you. Any other questions from the council before we go to public comment? If not, if any member of the public would like to speak on this item, 4.3 Shoreline interim bus lane, please raise your hand or press *9. Let's go ahead and allocate 3 minutes. The first speaker is Albert Jeans.
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez and council members. Yes, as some of you may know, I've long opposed the Shoreline bus lane because even in pre-COVID conditions, I just could not see why it was needed, because Google buses all of its employees in off of the freeway. They don't use the transit center. And so who else is there to use it? But anyways, whatever was the justification was, they certainly assumed that traffic was what it was at that time and not what it is today. Next slide. These are the pictures I took today. This is 101, which is pretty much back to pre-COVID conditions look like, maybe aggravated by the express lanes. Next slide, please. But you look at Shoreline, looking at both directions off the overpass, it's really empty still. This is on Tuesday, which, under Google's hybrid work system is probably one of the more busier days. I think a lot more people take Mondays and Fridays off. Next slide, please. And you look at the Caltrain parking lot, it's still pretty empty. You know, there's maybe 20 or 30 cars there. And, you know, granted that, you know, Google people are not parking there and going in, but I think it just shows that Caltrain is still ridership is still way down. And so there's not many people going from the transit center to North Bayshore, and going forward, we have no idea, you know, what it will be like going forward, you know, in the next couple of years. But the COVID doesn't seem to be going away, and it may be just a thing we have to live with from now on. In which case, I think is that the last slide? Okay, yeah, personally, I think this is a good chance to just pause this project, wait and see, you know, is this bus lane really going to be needed? You know, do we see traffic returning to Shoreline, or is Google's hybrid system going forward going to work like this, you know, from now on? And yes, North Bayshore is coming up, and hopefully it will get built out. But if that's the case, there'll be more people coming out of North Bayshore than going in, or maybe there'll be comparable amounts, in which case a one-way bus lane is not going to do anybody any good. So maybe a redesign has to be done there as well. I do agree that, you know, we need to provide utilities for North Bayshore, and I certainly like the idea of a better bicycle lane on Shoreline. But in terms of the reversible bus lane, I think this is a really good chance to pause it. I know you'll probably, you know, go ahead and, you know, approve it, but that's just my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tim Mckenzie. Tim, did you want to speak to this item?
Sorry about that. I think I accidentally muted, and would have comments but don't have enough to. It would be a waste of everyone's time to put them together in the next 180 seconds. So I apologize for that.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes Tim's comment. Seeing no other members of the public wishing to speak, we'll return to council for deliberation and a motion. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, this is one that originally came to us, and there was a very quick about face on the subject. I really wish that I had gone ahead and voted with the majority, even though I was very opposed to the change that was proposed, so that I would be able to move reconsideration. Unfortunately, I didn't think about that till about 5 minutes later. And I really strongly feel that this is something that we will end up doing in the near future, when it's more expensive and more of an impact on community members. And I'm guessing from what's been presented to us that there's no way to have, say, council transportation or any committees take a look at that and see now with the knowledge of what we have. I know we're pretty far downstream from that decision.
Councilmember Lieber, was that a question for staff, just to clarify?
Yeah, I guess the question to staff would be, do we have any possibility of unringing that bell, or is that something that we're just kind of stuck with now at this juncture?
It would not be possible to reactivate this construction contract and work with this contractor. Should council want to reconsider adding the left turn lanes back to the scope of work, staff would work with that and incorporate it in to rebid the project. But at the point that we're at right now, the project will have to go out for a rebid.
I would like to see us at least have the opportunity to have council transportation look at something that's such a major impact in terms of traffic flow and getting people to use public transit and a monetary hit to us as well. And I'd be willing to make a motion in that direction, Mayor, or if there are other council members who would like to comment.
So Vice Mayor Hicks is in the queue. Councilmember Lieber, did you have any other thoughts?
No, I'd be prepared to make a motion later.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
Well, maybe I could just wait for the motion, but I wanted to know exactly what you want to bring to the Council Transportation Committee. You know, what are kind of the line items that you want to bring there?
Through the mayor, if I may, I'd like to see some consideration of the bus left turn lane, because I feel like when this came to us the last time, there was a very quick about face on that issue, and I think given the expenditure, it would be in the public interest to bring it back and at least have an opportunity to look at it.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Mayor, so if a motion like that comes about, I will not be supporting it. I don't think it was a quick about face. We actually had I believe our Parks and Recs Commission weigh in on that issue. So I would think that we studied it quite extensively, and I stand with the vote. You know, I caution that when we make a decision, if we're going to keep revisiting it, it's just going to continue to delay these projects and initiatives. And I hope that that's not something that this council will be doing. You know, we win and lose votes. And if we lose, we have to continue with the consensus. Has been the way that I've been trying to operate. So I hope that we can continue in that civil manner. Thank you.
Thank you. And maybe a quick question for staff then. The presumption is when the project is rebid, the design will include the elimination of the second left turn lane. That's not something you're intending to revisit, right?
Yes, based upon the council decision last fall, the redesign will include adding those left turn lanes and reconfiguring the intersection to not have the double lefts.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Any other questions or comments? If not, a motion is in order. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'll go ahead and attempt a motion, and then staff could weigh in on it and let me know if it's sufficient in the direction that I'm trying to go. Like to move the staff recommendation and refer the issue of the second left turn lane on Middlefield to Council Transportation Committee.
Thank you. Is there a second? I'm not hearing one. So unfortunately, the motion will not proceed. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to move staff recommendation of the original version. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I'll second that.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter, you have taken your hand down.
Yeah, I was just saying that I think in a sense, I'm glad that we're going forward with it, or well, I'm going to be supporting this because I think we should move forward with it. It's true that our traffic patterns have not gotten back to quite pre-pandemic levels, and we don't really know when that's going to happen. But in a sense, having a street to work on that doesn't have as horrible traffic as it usually does is an asset. So I see this as an opportunity we should take advantage of. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final questions, comments, thoughts? If not, I will ask the city clerk to proceed with the roll call vote.
Councilmember Abeykoga? Aye. Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
No.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries 5-1.
Thank you. So that concludes the consent calendar. Let's do oral communications from the public and then 6.1 East Wisman precise plan, and then we'll take a break. Is everyone comfortable with that? Okay. So item 5 is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. And we did have a request before the meeting for, I think, a speaker to speak on behalf of several others. So, City Clerk, if you wouldn't mind assisting me with that. I think they will go first.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, my name is Tim Mather, and I'd requested, please, that 3 of us be allowed to speak. Thank you for bringing that up. I'd like to start with my neighbor, Michelle, please, who will be followed by Aaron, who will be followed by myself. We request a total of 9 minutes, a maximum of 3 minutes per speaker, but one contiguous block, if we may, to go through our presentation in a coherent manner. So if I may, please, Council, if I may turn it over to Michelle, please, to begin our presentation.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Michelle.
Great. Good evening. My name is Michelle Oye. I'm presenting with Aaron Miller and Tim Mather. We're residents at the crossings, and all of us have lived in Mountain View for over 20 years. The reason we're speaking tonight is because we've seen a massive surge of residential construction along San Antonio Road without any significant changes made to the existing infrastructure. Next slide. Specifically, these are the areas of infrastructure that are failing. Next slide. A major area of infrastructure failure is San Antonio Road. I took this photo when I was driving northbound on San Antonio at 10:39 a.m. on a Tuesday. This is what we experience daily. Next slide, please. On this map, we've labeled the 1.6 mile section of San Antonio Road that extends from El Camino to East Charleston. We're going to take a closer look at this section because it's used by residents of Mountain View, Palo Alto, and Los Altos to get to 101 North and South. And it's where major development has occurred recently. Next slide, please. The San Antonio Precise Plan, created and utilized by the city, contains critical flaws: no traffic analysis and ridiculous traffic volume numbers. These are major flaws, allowing for the overdevelopment of this area. The consequence is park crossings and the surrounding neighborhood are no longer family friendly. While it's a painful memory for us all, the very real tragic consequence of having too much traffic around children is that a 13-year-old child was killed on Grant and El Camino while riding his scooter to school. We cannot allow for tragedies like this to occur. Next slide, please. The addendum to the Precise Plan includes reducing peak hour traffic by 30% by implementing measures to encourage people to travel by bicycle. These numerical estimates are unrealistic. The reality is that with this massive surge in residential and commercial development in a small area, you now have cars, trucks, cyclists, and pedestrians sharing the roads that have not been modified to meet this demand. Next slide, please. This is a list of recent development along the 1.6-mile stretch of San Antonio Road. The current crowding and traffic backup on San Antonio will only worsen as residents and businesses move into the Landsby. Approving the 7-story Milk Pail project will add to this congestion. Furthermore, we're talking about the safety of the neighborhood children who walk and ride their scooters and bikes and now must share the road with additional cars and trucks. I'm asking you as a resident and a mother to consider how this development will impact our children. Thank you. I'm now going to hand this off to Erin Miller.
Erin, you're on mute, please.
Yep. Can you hear me
Next
now?
slide, please.
Yes. Thank you, Michelle. To summarize what Michelle just reviewed, this is a net add of over 2,000 residences in less than 10 years. And this is not replacement housing. This is brand new housing, all within a small section, less than 2 miles long of San Antonio Road. Not an expressway, not an avenue, not a boulevard, San Antonio Road. All of this data that we're looking at comes directly from the city's own reports. Yet clearly something has been lacking from the analysis of it. We've heard repeatedly the importance of parking, but that is an easily mandated problem. Seldom mentioned is the vastly more challenging problem of coordinating 3 cities and the required infrastructure changes, roads, electrical grid, networking, and telecom services to sustain a modern lifestyle that the residents of Silicon Valley demand and deserve. Next slide, please. It's been the fervent hope and overused refrain of the real estate developers that Caltrain can easily offset this increase in traffic. But bear in mind, San Antonio is a limited service station and is already overloaded. Baby bullets regularly blow by it because the next stop, Mountain View downtown, is a major stop and the bridge to light rail. It makes little sense for Caltrain to add another stop to their busy bullet schedule. How much more capacity is it reasonable to expect the San Antonio station to absorb? Next slide, please. Moving on to PG&E. As we all know, PG&E is a major bottleneck for a modernized and safe electrical grid, not just for our small area, but for all of Northern California. As this table shows, the area of San Antonio is already clearly overloaded, and little has been done to alleviate the added demands of an increasingly electrified society. Next slide, please. In summary, without adding more, by adding more residences and density, without coordinating an increase to the size and capacity of PG&E's grid to handle it, is simply a recipe for further outages. As someone who now works almost exclusively from home, this is a major concern for me, and I'm sure many other residents of Mountain View. And frankly, it's disgraceful to admit that within 1,000 feet of the lab that invented the integrated circuit that powers everything we do and is the namesake for Silicon Valley, we all suffer from such frequent electrical outages. Next slide, please. This summarizes the impact on telecom. And I don't need to express that this is not a direct city responsibility, but it is a responsibility of the city to work closely with the mobile network operators. Next slide, please. And this is just a reality of modern life, that we are all in densely populated areas. We all use Wi-Fi. The city should be doing a better job at educating the population of how to work and live in more densely populated areas. There are many other facets to the quality of life that reflect a high quality of life that we all wish to have in Mountain View. I'm going to pass the mic off to Tim for additional details. Tim, and next slide.
Thank you, Erin. My name is Tim Mather. I'm also a resident here in the Crossings. Council members, city staff, we're frustrated. We hear from the city staff that each plan is reviewed individually, and to us, that's exactly the problem. It appears to us that the city is looking at these development projects through soda straws. Okay, next slide, please. We want the city council to change its methodology to look at the cumulative impact that all of these projects are having on San Antonio Road, the area here. Okay, R4, 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 it's frankly just too much. The infrastructure can't handle it. Next slide, please. In summary, please, we're looking at a population density, and this was in 2014. The detailed 2020 census data has not yet been released, but according to 2014, we're looking at a population density already that is 1/2 of that of Soma in San Francisco. Is that really where we're headed? Come on, okay? Already the San Antonio Road corridor is overwhelmed. And if the city council goes ahead with the plans that are on the books now, it's only going to get significantly worse. Our quality of life is deteriorating, and we believe that the city of Mountain View is failing to properly serve its residents. Next slide, please. What we would like the city council to do, frankly, is to reject the Milk Pail development, okay? I don't even know why, we don't even know why the city council is even considering the exemptions requested by the developer. Something's not right here. We urge you to reject that development. We urge you to request the Valero development when it's proposed to that. We understand that it's in the planning phase and not yet under consideration. We urge you to reject both of these projects. The current infrastructure and the projected improvements simply cannot handle those developments. Council members, staff, we appreciate your time. If rules, protocol permits, we welcome your questions. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you for your presentation. Unfortunately, we are not able to respond to comments during item 5, oral communications from the public on non-agenda items, but we appreciate your presentation.
If I may add one.
I'm sorry, Tim, your time is up, and we do have to be fair to everybody. But please, always feel free to send us an email. The next speaker is Tim Mckenzie. From 3 minutes.
Greetings all. Tim Mckenzie, he, him pronouns, a resident of the Montaloma neighborhood. I'm sure most of you on council know me, and I've been around for a little bit. I want to raise attention to something. I got an email within the past 10 to 14 days, the past week and a half or 2 weeks, from a city staff member of the city of Redwood City. And they were reaching out to me to let me know that about a year ago, I had reached out to them, and they wanted to follow up. The city of Redwood City is now providing period products in the municipal bathrooms, the ones that the city itself is able to provide products for. And a staff member reached out to me and let me know, hey, you reached out a year ago, and I just wanted to let you know that this was happening. And that was fantastic to hear as an advocate. And the only reason it was able to happen is because the city of Mountain View had made that decision. So I really wanted to thank you, everyone on council. Thank you for the work that you did to make this a reality in Mountain View, and for the encouragement that some council members gave me personally to go spread and ask for other local cities to do likewise. I appreciate your encouragement. I probably wouldn't have done it without your asking me to do so, and I appreciate that. And I want to highlight of what happened that when we as Mountain View made a model for other cities to follow, and they did so. It's great to see. It's amazing to see what we were able to do. take place in other places in the South Bay, and I hope that we can use this as inspiration so that we can think of things that we as the city of Mountain View, as a municipal group, can make a decision about, such as municipal power, so that PG&E is not getting public or getting private benefits from making not taking up.
Thank you for your comments. I'm sorry, Tim, you've exhausted your time, and I have to be fair to everybody. Are there any other members of the public who want to speak on an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will proceed now to item 6.1, East Wisman Precise Plan Development Impact Fee Nexus Study and East Wisman Development Impact Fee. Vice Mayor Hicks, do you have an announcement to make?
I do have an announcement to make. I'm recusing myself from this item due to my financial interest in a business entity located within the Precise Plan area.
Thank you very much. We will now proceed to the item. Advanced Planning Manager Eric Anderson will present the item. Welcome. And feel free to begin when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I'm actually also waiting for Renee Gunn, Senior Civil Engineer, who's going to be presenting with me. Oh, there she is. So I will now share my screen.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Ramirez, Vice Mayor Hicks, council members. I am Renee Gunn, Senior Civil Engineer, here with Eric Anderson, Advanced Planning Manager. Tonight, Eric and I will be presenting the East Wisman Precise Plan Development Impact Fee and the Nexus Study. Nexus studies and development impact fees are programs that ensure that new development pay for the capital and costs incurred by a city associated with growth. The Nexus study calculates the cost of capital improvement projects required to support the growth in the East Wisman Precise Plan. The cost is divided by the growth. The result is the fee per land use. The cost of the improvements cannot include existing deficiencies, and the cost of area-wide improvements, such as a bike lane, must be allocated proportionally among all the future users, both existing and new. One set of improvements that we included in the Nexus study are transportation improvements. These include intersections improvements that were identified in the East Wisman Precise Plan traffic impact analysis. They also include the bike and pedestrian improvements outlined in the East Wisman Precise Plan that will transform this area into a walkable, bikeable neighborhood, including new and improved bike lanes, buffered bikeways, cycle tracks, and mid-block crossings. Finally, the grade-separated pedestrian and bicycle crossings of the light rail and 237 are included. There are 3 types of utility improvements that we included. To support the added future users, the East Wisman Precise Plan Nexus Study and Utility Impact Study indicated that upgrades are required for specific segments of the existing sewer and water mains. Additionally, the Nexus study incorporated the direction that Council gave staff in March on the expansion of the city's recycled water system to serve the East Wisman area. The results of the Nexus study are shown here as maximum justifiable fees that Council could adopt. Office and retail rates are per square foot, hotel rates are per room, and residential rates are per bedroom per dwelling unit. Eric will now provide the rest of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Renee. The Total estimated cost of improvements is about $151 million. Of this, only about $54 million can possibly be paid through the proposed fee. The remainder is the share of the responsibility due to existing buildings and pipeline projects that are exempt under state law. Note that more projects could be exempt under state law before the fee goes into effect. In addition, staff recommends the following exemptions to further support the vision of the Precise Plan. One, approved project should be exempt through the Ordinances pipeline provision. Affordable units should also be exempt, which would result in potentially a lost income of about $5 million. Neighborhood commercial uses should also be exempt, which would result in lost income of about $2 million. And government and nonprofit uses should also be exempt, but this would have minimal or uncertain lost income. With these exemptions, the revenue of the fee is expected to be about $46 million. The City Council can choose to exempt or reduce fees for other land uses. However, this would reduce the fee's expected revenue. The remaining costs would need to come from community benefits, tax revenue, CIP funding, or grants. This slide shows a total fee comparison for 3 hypothetical projects across several similar jurisdictions, including the North Bay Shore Precise Plan. They're expressed in terms of percent of market value. Attachment 5 to the council report had an error in Milpitas's data, and this slide reflects the actual amounts, showing higher fee burdens across Milpitas's residential building types. The East Wisdom Precise Plan already has the second highest total fees for the apartment project after Milpitas, but is competitive with Sunnyvale for the condo project and Milpitas, and competitive with several other jurisdictions for the office project. The proposed fees nonetheless would only increase the total fees on these projects by less than 1% of market value. Note also that the East Wismer Precise Plan has a jobs housing linkage policy, which has the intended effect of shifting cost burdens from residential to office. In conclusion, here's a summary of the recommended fees. These fees can be updated annually, consistent with inflation, as part of the annual budget process. I'd also like to note that staff is recommending a modification to the ordinance. This is in section 4, previously approved development projects. This is the pipeline provision within the ordinance. And staff is recommending that the language shown here be added to the ordinance to ensure that projects with development agreements will pay the fee pursuant to their DA. So staff have 4 recommendations. First, to adopt the Nexus study. Second, to introduce an ordinance for the fees with the modifications from the previous slide. To adopt the proposed fees and to establish the necessary accounts. This concludes our presentation. We also have consultants available from Wildan, our consulting team, James Edison and Carlos Villarreal. And we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Does any member of the council have questions? Councilmember Showalter.
Yes. I remember that there was a financial feasibility report done as part of the East Wisman Precise Plan process. And basically it showed that housing wasn't financially feasible with our existing fees. So how does that mesh with what we're being presented with here?
So the amount of this fee is small relative to other fees and costs that are on residential development. There's also potentially a large variation over time in how residential development will be feasible as time goes on. In addition, part of the East Wisman Precise Plan strategy to address that feasibility issue was to adopt the jobs housing linkage strategy, which is intended to shift costs from residential to office. Nonetheless, as part of the housing element, we are looking at potentially reducing costs for residential citywide in various ways. There will be more information about that at an upcoming study session. And so in summary, I think those are different ways that you can consider adopting this fee despite recent feasibility analyses that show the challenge of building residential right now.
So Eric, if we were to adopt it tonight, and then after we do the housing element and the analysis, we would decide that housing fees should be reduced, we would just come back and reduce these? I mean, how would that work?
Yes, that could absolutely be an option.
Okay. Well, one thing I just really I'd like to congratulate, I know this is complex. I'd like to congratulate you on working through it. And also, I really appreciate the recommendation to exclude affordable housing. I think that is key. And later I want to talk about maybe some other exclusions, but I think that's it for right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Liebert.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to ask a question, which I believe I already know the answer to, but just for clarity's sake. So under the state law, the city can only charge their costs. Is that correct?
So the city can charge for the costs for public improvements and can only charge for a portion of those costs, and they have to be capital costs. They can't be maintenance costs or operational costs. They have to be capital costs, and can only charge for a portion proportional to new growth. There is a small amount that can be added to the calculation for management of the fee itself, but those are the only things that can be included in the fee.
But it must be a real cost. And if there were a holiday from having to pay that real cost, then the cost would still exist. So it would accrue to every other taxpayer. Am I right on that one?
Well, potentially it could also come from grants or other sources that wouldn't that may not necessarily come from the Mountain View taxpayer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So in the material on this topic, it talked about the ability to update the fee from time to time if there was new information or things like that. And I was wondering if the build out in terms of the number of units or the amount of square footage is much lower than what is allowed in the precise plan. Would that also be a reason for taking a look at the fees, because we'd be generating less in fees than we were expecting?
So there's a chicken and egg issue with that question, and that's that we wouldn't know that the build out is lower at the time that projects are built, right? So we wouldn't be able to retroactively increase fees on projects that had already been built. Does that answer your question?
Well, yeah, I understand that you wouldn't be able to do it retroactively, but if we see, for example, we were estimating a parcel was going to have 1,000 residential units and the application comes in at 500, we pretty much know that it's half of what we're expecting on that parcel. And if we see that trend throughout the area, I think we would know that there would be fewer units and less square footage, and therefore lower fees generated.
Yeah.
So for new applications, I'm talking about, not retroactive.
Yeah, absolutely. First I'll say that that's not what we're finding with applications that we're reviewing right now. But secondly, yes, in the periodic review of the fee, you can go in and you can update any assumptions. Community Development Director Shrivastava, were you going to say something?
Mayor, if I may address the council. Arti Shrivastava, Assistant City Manager and Community Development Director. Councilmember Matichak, there are a number of issues related to the question you're asking. And the key question is that amount of square footage still available in the precise plan to build? And if that assumption exists, then we have to assume that the improvements have to get built and assigned to the development per this study. If at some point in the future, the master plan square footage is reduced, then you would have to look at what improvements are actually required to support the reduced square footage and then build a nexus study on that. And then the last piece again is the question about if the build out is lower than the precise plan, can we change it? I would say that you couldn't just change it based on the build out unless there was some commensurate decision on the precise plan itself, the amount of improvements that are necessary to support the precise plan, and then the cost of those improvements. So a lot of numbers have to be revised or reviewed before we could make that decision.
Okay, so the amount of square footage or the number of residential units is more, the infrastructure is more sensitive. Tell me if this is correct thinking here. The infrastructure capacity, so to speak, is more sensitive than I might have thought to the number of units or the amount of square footage. So you could potentially have a smaller water pipe because there's fewer units or less square footage. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not necessarily saying that, and Don can maybe answer that. All of these improvements are based on an EIR that was conducted to study the amount of development in the precise plan. What I'm saying is that even if the build out is lower on a site-by-site basis, we would have to look at the overall build out that is still in the precise plan, look at the infrastructure requirements, and then base any reductions or reassignment on that new number and the new infrastructure requirements. You may find that the pipes are still needed. You may find that, you know, the street improvements are still needed, or you might find that some things have to be reduced. But what I'm essentially saying is they would have to be reviewed before we could make those changes.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I had some questions regarding the retail fee. And number one, so could you explain what else, other than neighborhood serving retail, what other types of retail we have in this neighborhood?
So currently there is, I believe, a paint store on Fairchild. I mean, I wouldn't call that necessarily neighborhood serving retail. There's also the potential, although maybe an unlikely potential, that other, maybe big box retail or some other regional retail may have an interest in locating in this area. The intent of the exemption is really to tie the exemption, this incentive of the exemption, to a legal agreement that would preserve the space as retail, which is already a requirement to have it be exempt from FAR. So it would be part of that legal agreement, but it's an additional incentive to ensure that spaces are kept neighborhood serving retail and not converted to office over time.
Great, thank you. I guess I'm interested in just any kind of retail, given that retail has always been, at least in my time, a challenge to attract and to maintain. So What was the thought in that? And I guess I'm always surprised that the retail fee is like one of the higher fees. And for me, I think that, and it's also mentioned in the Google letter, but with retail, and I know neighborhood serving retail in particular, but doesn't that actually reduce or potentially reduce the vehicle miles traveled? So why would we charge a higher fee?
Yeah, so we thought a lot about this because in North Bayshore, there's a similar fee, but retail is not charged or charged a lower amount, I don't recall. But, and really the rationale there is North Bayshore, as everybody knows, is the cul-de-sac, right? There's very little travel to North Bayshore for neighborhood serving, goods and services. And so you really can make the rationale that those goods and services are locally serving. East Wisman is not a cul-de-sac. Middlefield runs right through the middle of it, serves neighborhoods in Sunnyvale, serves neighborhoods in the North Wisman wagon wheel area, and even potentially further afield. And so there is the potential that new retail will generate trips in the area. And because the improvements that we've identified are local improvements, they're not regional improvements, any reduction in regional travel, maybe people deciding to go to a closer grocery store, instead of driving a little further to Bailey Park or driving a little further to another grocery store, that's not actually reflected in the improvements in the Nexus study, because these are improvements serving this local area. And so the additional trips that are generated in this area by that retail would need a proportional cost to that use.
I guess I'm still a little confused because theoretically or ideally, if we've had the neighborhood grocery store, wouldn't that reduce the trips to the Bailey Park Safeway, for instance? So wouldn't it help reduce and thus have less impact than, let's say, office building?
It could help on a citywide level, but it wouldn't help in terms of the use of the infrastructure in the East Wisman area.
Even if it was like folks walking or biking to the grocery store as opposed to driving there?
Well, so there's a broad range of different types of retail and different types of retail trips. And so we can't anticipate that, for example, somebody who lives on, Tyrella or something like that would necessarily be able to walk to a grocery store in the middle of East Wisman. That's pretty far to go to a grocery store. But the question you asked was, would the reduction in vehicle trips from mode shift have a kind of reduce the effect of retail on the pursuant to the fee, right? I mean, I think it really comes down to we studied this in the EIR, and these were, in the EIR that we certified with the Precise plan had all of that as inputs. So the mix of uses, the access by alternative modes, the potential to use alternative modes to access neighborhood serving uses. And this was the output in terms of expected trip generation for these retail uses.
So then with the hotel, does the potential TOT tax revenue get what do you call it, counted, or is that a part of the formula that was used to come up with the fee?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the TOT is not an input to the fee.
Okay. I guess because and it actually is similar with retail. I was looking at, how does the sales tax revenue from more retail and hotel TOT tax benefit the city, enough, like, is it enough to be able to offset some of these fees? Is my question, I guess.
I see. I'll tee that over to the Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director.
Because we want more, right? We want more retail. We want more hotel. My concern is this, and that we've talked about this in other parts of the city, and that's why we have reduced the fees on retail, and maybe even, again, I can't remember what we've done with hotel elsewhere, but I guess I feel the same, obviously, in this area of town too, where there is no grocery store, right? And right there, and like, how do we get one? I see that might be neighborhoods, so maybe that's, extraneous, but just retail in general, especially as it's becoming more and more challenging to sustain, I feel like, if someone's interested in bringing in retail, we should be welcoming that and not putting on the highest fees on that, or even hotels, frankly. So sorry, that was commentary, but going back to the question of how that's calculated in terms of the revenue, potential revenue benefits would be helpful to understand.
Councilmember Abikoga, I wanted to respond to the question about whether these were inputs, and they weren't, because the Nexus study was based purely on the demand of each land use per square foot and the cost of the improvements. The council may, as a policy, reduce that amount for various land uses. We obviously can't increase it because it's a Nexus fee, but it could be reduced based on the variety of factors that you mentioned. The only caveat that staff has noted in the staff report is we would have to find other sources of funding in order to fund the improvements. And so just wanted to clarify that the inputs don't include revenue, but they include very specific, capacity, demand, and the cost of the improvements.
Great, thank you. I understood that, and I guess that's what I was trying to get at, because I think, there is that potential for revenue with hotels or retail that we wouldn't get from houses or offices. And so is a factor there that I wasn't sure if it was included or not in the calculations. So thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I have another question that came up listening to the discussion here, and that's about sort of the timing of setting these fees and sort of now and in the future. So tonight, the job before us is to basically set as I understand it, is to set the fees, the impact fees for the East Westman Precise Plan. And then every year, we, and as part of the budget process, set the fees based on whether set the fees exactly for that year, right? And I guess my question is, say as a policy decision, we wanted to say, we don't want to, as Margaret was talking about, we don't want to have impact fees on commercial because we want to encourage that. Can we, when we pass the budget, say for the next 5 years, we're not going to have these impact fees on commercial as a policy, and yet we still have the fees on the books. So if that policy need, I mean, this precise plan is rather long-lived. I mean, it's to take what, 20, 25 years to build out. So, you know, things could change 20 years from now. So say for the first 5 years, our policy decision was to exclude certain things because we want to encourage them. Would that mean we could never get fees back on these other things, or how will we go about doing that? Is that clear?
Well, I'm not 100% sure on the answer in terms of what would necessarily legally constrain the city from adopting or putting a moratorium on a fee, if you will, during the annual budget process. I don't know what maybe constraints there are during the annual budget process for doing that. Certainly, the council could decide to lower or put moratorium on fees without doing a new nexus study, without adopting new nexus findings. Obviously, as we said before, that would be lost income and there would not be an opportunity to get that money back at any time. You wouldn't be able to put that onto future development, for example, increase the cost on future development to earn it back. I'll see if anybody else knows anything about the budget process to answer the question about how much flexibility we have during the budget process to modify fees.
Councilmember Showalter, I think we're going to have to take that question back and review it because this is a nexus study and I want to make sure we're doing our due diligence. So we can't answer it tonight.
Okay. Well, what I'm really what I think a lot of us are interested in is the difference between, you know, the nexus study where we're being asked to approve this nexus study and setting fees for the plan. And really what I'm interested in is what's the term of that plan? Does that mean if we set a moratorium for 5 years or 10 years to encourage, say, housing to be developed quickly, that we couldn't, you know, 15 years from now come back and say, now, you know, we don't have as big a housing crisis anymore, so we're going to, you know, we're not going to have a moratorium anymore. That's the kind of thing I'm interested in. So, thank you.
Councilmember, I think it would have to come in concert with the funding strategy for CIP if the council still wants to see the improvements being done. And I think we're going to have to, if the council needs to make an informed decision, we would have to bring back some kind of a plan that would allow us to look at this. You know, at page 10 of the staff report, and maybe Eric, you can confirm this, notes that the retail would bring in about 1.8 million or so. So that's the impact we would see if the council were to not adopt the fees on retail and close to 1.3 for hotel. So,
thank you.
Director Cameron, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, I do appreciate it. Thank you. I just want to add on to what Assistant City Manager Sebastian was saying, was that as this growth occurs, there is an expectation we're going to deliver this infrastructure and we're going to need a funding strategy to do so. And as noted, based upon what's recommended here, including going ahead and exempting affordable housing, exempting neighborhood commercial, the amount of fees that's projected to be collected will come to about a third, as I recall, of these total capital costs. So it is going to be a challenge for us to fully fund this infrastructure and get it put in place in a timely manner as this development goes in.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. A question for staff. Is affordable housing currently protected from some fees?
Yeah, the affordable housing does not pay parkland dedication fees.
And what's the ratio of size between the fees that are proposed here and the parkland? Is parkland more expensive or less expensive?
Parkland dedication fee is 10 to 15 times higher than this proposed fee.
Okay. And then the other thing that I wanted to ask, I have not heard about the state potentially picking up the tab for local communities that don't want to fund their baseline infrastructure. So if we did decide to declare a tax holiday for whatever sector, then, and we don't have the state or the federal government coming in to pick it up, and hard to get grant funds for something like that, would that just come out of our general fund that we use for our sustainability and mental health and affordable housing and everything else?
Go ahead.
Well,
yeah,
Councilmember Lieber, I was going to mention that since these are capital projects, the first place we would look to is our typical CIP funding sources. So we would have to see how much of our existing CIP funding sources could absorb the cost of these capital projects, which means, of course, we're doing trade-offs with other capital projects that we could otherwise deliver.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have one question just to clarify. The fees have not been adopted yet, so they were not an input into the housing element constraints analysis, but staff intends, presuming the council adopts the fees, to include the new impact fees in the constraints analysis for our housing element. Is that right?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you for the clarification. Any final questions from the council before we move on to public comment? Seeing none, would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. Let's go ahead and allocate 3 minutes. The first speaker is Celine.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I come to these city council meetings because most of my friends have been priced out of the area because of the housing crisis. I just want to start with the basic fact that is incontrovertible. Housing is infeasible in East Westman. The only reason housing is able to get built in East Westman is because of the bonus office AR that was set according to a 2019 study done by the CFL consultants. So housing is already infeasible. And the question is, now that housing is infeasible, do we want to add another $19 million tax on housing? And in my opinion, we shouldn't do this because it's pushing us further and further into this corner of relying on office to pay for housing. So when staff says we're solving this problem because we have this linkage fee or this linkage, that's basically admitting there's no way we're going to resolve our jobs housing imbalance because we're banking on more jobs in order to build more homes. So, you know, it's true this is not that much worse. I mean, in comparison to our parkland fee, this is a relatively small tax bill to put on housing. But when we've already made housing infeasible to build on its own, why are we continuing to go down this direction? I mean, we're forcing ourselves to increase the jobs housing imbalance. So I don't think this is the right thing to do. You should just index the fee based on what other comparable cities are doing. You have that data in front of you. It's in table 6. A maximum allowable impact fee does not mean you have to approve that amount. You can approve anything you want underneath that amount. So I would recommend just approve what other cities do so that we don't add another constraint to this project. And something to note, our housing element draft, as it's written, really depends on Middlefield getting past the finish line. And so we can get land for this affordable housing. You can ask staff this, like the way we've drafted our housing element, we're really hoping that the pipeline can get us more like the majority of our low income units. And if that doesn't happen, we have to redo a lot of our analysis. So we can't make this housing infeasible. We need the Middlefield project to succeed. And so I think we should think twice about imposing an impact fee much higher than comparable cities do. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening, Council. My name is Kevin Ma, and I'd like to echo most of the points that Salim has brought up. We've had a lot of discussion from 590 about the impact of new office development on the jobs housing balance. And as the consultants have found for East Wisman is basically we're kind of assuming a lot of office and not much housing to actually match the demand for the office. So, and we are not making housing any cheaper to build. We're making it more expensive. Understand that the edits that staff have brought up show in the staff package shows that Milpitas is much higher in cost, but still, we should not be comparing ourselves to making housing extremely expensive, if not impossible, to pencil out in the first place. So I do think that we should be paying attention much more to feasibility about actually building things, because, you know, in these situations, there's an option of people not doing things. There's no projects being proposed, no housing being proposed, so, which is not really a great solution when the housing crisis is ever growing more painful by the year. Because if you don't build anything and people still come here, it just causes everything to get really expensive. And I understand we are coming back with a relook at the parkland dedication ordinance and the impact fees associated with that, but still, every time we just add another fee, it's just reducing our ability to address the housing shortage. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is David Watson.
Hello. It's a pretty short comment. I just want to say almost exactly echoing what each of the previous commenters has said. You know, just because we've figured out what the maximum legal limit of how much we can charge is doesn't mean that that's the right number to charge. And as staff notes, it's probably a good idea not to charge the maximum for you know, multiple different reasons, especially affordable housing. You know, higher fees are you know, just a small part of what drives unaffordability in the city. So it's that's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other speakers in the queue, we will return to the council for deliberation and action. And I will note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolutions and ordinance attached to the report. There are no questions or comments. A motion is in order. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and make a motion. If the time is right, I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View to adopt the East Wisman Precise Plan Development Impact Fee Nexus Study to be read in title only, further reading waived. Second, that we introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View adding Chapter 47 to the Mountain View City Code regarding precise plan development impact fees and the East Wisman Precise Plan Development Impact Fee to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for June 14th, 2022. Third, that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View adopting rates for the East Wisman Precise Plan Development Impact Fee and amending the City of Mountain View Master Fee Schedule to include such fee to be read in title only, further reading waived. And last, that we authorize the Finance and Administrative Services Director to establish the necessary accounts for the new impact fees.
Thank you. City Clerk, did you want to speak quickly?
I just want to make sure that that included the amended text that was referenced by staff earlier for the ordinance.
Yes.
Great. Thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Showalter.
I wanted to bring up the idea of, I was really pleased to see that the staff recommendation included excluding affordable housing and the affordable housing and retail development and what was the other one? The government nonprofit. I thought that was good. But I would really also like to entertain the idea that we exclude regular residential or that we reduce the amount that is charged for the residential fee. And I wondered if the maker of the motion would consider that.
Before we do that, Councilmember Showalter, let's do a quick check to make sure that's a second. Councilmember Matichak, did you wish to second the motion?
Absolutely, I'll second the motion. Then I also have comments.
Okay, thank you. Now back to you, Councilmember Lieber.
My concern about that is that I think we might be getting into financially unstable territory with that. Not knowing exactly how we would pay for that without borrowing from other capital improvements project, and then ultimately the general fund that we use for many things, including affordable housing, would be the last stop. And I think, and staff could correct me if I'm wrong on this, that we've fulfilled something like 300% of our most expensive housing. And so I think the affordable housing is what is critical right now. I would be leery of putting ourselves in a financially risky position to underwrite more expensive housing, more market rate, which we know is so out of reach of the individuals that we most need to serve in the community who do not have the housing. I think the figures that I saw is, we've fulfilled 300 and something % of the highest cost housing. So I would be concerned about just putting it out there. And I know that I read in the staff report that it would be a loss of $19 million. And so I'd be leery of that. Maybe perhaps if we came back and said, okay, we're going to cut out the sustainability, we're going to cut out the mental health, unless we can find other capital projects like the sidewalks that are falling apart that we need to take care of, and to give a holiday to developers who are building expensive and sometimes speculative real estate. I'd be very nervous about the budgeting impact of that. I don't think we can find it going into the next 2 years, but affordable housing I'm fully on board with.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm also really interested in what Mr. Anderson said about the evaluation of our entire fee structure that we're going to look at in the housing element. It wasn't completely clear to me that actually we were really looking at the entire fee structure or just impact fees when, for instance, park fees would be folded into all that. Maybe staff could respond up, but when will the park fee, all of the fees, including park fees, when will we be looking at all of that with respect to supporting housing and not functioning as a deterrent to housing?
Well, I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves in the housing element. That's going to be in an upcoming item. And there will be some opportunity to discuss how the city will carry out ongoing programs to look at fees and address them, as well as development standards. Suffice to say that there is a draft program in the housing element that is a kind of general review of development standards and fees. And so it does not have it may not have a specific effect on this fee, but that's in addition to another program that is specifically targeted to it's specifically about the Parks and Recreation strategic plan, which is going to address going to propose potential modifications to the parkland dedication fee.
So there are a lot of these things going on sort of in parallel that will be considered either in the housing element or shortly thereafter. That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, yeah, I'm really interested in including housing or reducing the housing amount.
Thank you. A quick clarification for staff. The affordable housing exemption applies both to 100% affordable housing and also below market rate units in market rate housing, right?
Yes, that's the case.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for the clarification. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So actually, before I start, at least on my screen, our city clerk froze, and I wasn't sure if we really answered the question about the motion. Did we do everything we needed to do?
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the motion included that amendment. So
okay,
thank you.
Thank you. So I am supportive of the staff recommendation. I think I was a little bit surprised at the amount of infrastructure we do need to add in the East Wisman area, given that it's surrounded by more developed areas and in comparison to, say, North Bayshore. And this fee, even if there was full build out, represents 35% of the total cost. So there's still quite a bit of cost that we need to either fund from city resources or get grants or, anything else we can do to help with, almost 2/3, which is a sizable number. And it's money that, isn't being spent on other city services. And I think we need to keep that in mind. I appreciated the discussion about retail because we certainly do need more retail in the Wisman area. But I will say that places like Dollar Tree and the restaurants in that same shopping center, they are definitely regional serving and not just neighborhood serving. And I guess those are places I frequent, and you hear people talking and they aren't from this neighborhood, but those are such great restaurants and great places to shop that they're driving from other cities to go to those locations. So I appreciate the exemption for neighborhood serving, especially say a grocery store, but we do have regional retail in this area. So I'm okay with what staff proposed. And I do appreciate, the other exemptions. I think that makes a lot of sense. So I'm happy, I seconded the motion. I'm going to support it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Matichak said a lot of what I was thinking as well. I appreciate that we do need to make these infrastructure improvements. I've said time and time again, we can't just build houses, we have to build neighborhoods and infrastructure and services to support those houses. Otherwise, we just have houses and not a community. So it's important. And, my question is, if we don't have these impact fees, then where else are we going to get the funding? And I know there's some opportunities, but they're always potential and not guaranteed. And so in light of the fact that this is just a third of the cost estimates, I think we do need to move forward with impact fees. I was interested in seeing if we can just, eliminate retail completely, because again, I'm looking for revenue generation, frankly. As Councilmember Lieber mentioned, we do have to think about our financial situation, and we're continuing to convert commercial and industrial into housing because we need more housing, but we do need to sustain the city and our services. And so we also need to be mindful of how to pay for all of that. And so we need to be looking for revenue generation. So I would be interested in all of, or eliminating all retail and maybe even reducing hotel. But I guess what I was thinking of is maybe I think, I know with some of the other fees, we've brought them back after a couple of years to see how they're doing and adjust them if we need to. Like, could we, is that the plan? Like, can we review these after 2 or 3 years to see what the effects are and then adjust accordingly if, we see that it is becoming a deterrent for retail or hotels? If I'm fine with that approach, if folks just want to move ahead with these fees tonight. But I do think that we should review the impacts of these fees in terms of what kind of development is actually happening. Can staff respond to that in terms of bringing it back in a few years' time?
Council member, if the council is interested in following up on either suspending or reducing the collection of fees, you would still go ahead and adopt it, and then, define a period of time for which it will be suspended or reduced. That's how we would recommend, because otherwise you'd have to go back and study the nexus, do another study to reissue the fees. I don't know if Public Works Director has any additional input.
I think what's being asked is if the fees are adopted as recommended tonight, can we, in a couple years or 3 years, just look at how they may have impacted development decisions, and then deciding if they want to reduce the fee in the future. And I was just wondering, since, as we've said, it comes back as part of the budget every year, the inflation costs that you can do is a discretionary decision being made by the council every year about the fees, of whether you want to increase them by inflation. And perhaps if we're asked, in 2 or 3 years, we could do a quick analysis that talks to whether or not we think how it might be affecting development decisions.
That's exactly what I was trying to say. So is that the intention, that we would have to approve these every year with the CPI increases, and then at some point down the road do a quick review if we see certain unintended consequences to the fees?
I would just add that, yes, the council can choose to do that, but we might have to go back through the Mitigation Fee Act process to increase the fees in that case. We can't just reinstate those. The easier way to do that would be to adopt the fees and then choose a period to suspend it or reduce it, after which it starts taking effect. If the council chose not to adopt it, you would have to go back through the process, most likely.
Okay. In light of that, then I think I'll just support the motion as is. One commentary on the housing piece. I agree with Councilmember Lieber. affordable housing is really the focus, I believe, that we need to focus on. And one thing about affordable that I've learned and mentioned before is that if with 100% affordable projects, we don't get the property tax on that. So we're already losing funding from that. And so, you know, I know we will exempt affordable here, but we have to offset the cost somewhere. And I agree that the market rate is, you know, it's not, the fees, yes, impact the costs, but there is some flexibility and variability in the cost of housing because frankly, it is the developers who set the prices. And, you know, they do, I think they do have room for, you know, they set certain goals for profit, but there is some variability there. So I think that with the fact that, you know, the office will offset the costs. And I mean, I think that was my big surprise was the office square footage cost was so much. It was like the low or one of the lowest, if not the lowest fee. And I think that given that we've heard office is really the, you know, lucrative type of development, they probably can take some offset or take some of the costs from the residential side. So I think it'll balance out. So I'm comfortable with moving forward with this. And let's see how it goes. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Shovel.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up one more thing. I think just as a matter of principle, so that it wasn't unanimous, I'm probably going to vote against this, but I wanted to bring up that this is really a great time for us to be getting funding for infrastructure projects from other sources. I mean, the federal government this fall passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is a $1.2 trillion law. Now, infrastructure infusion. Now, granted, that's got to be shared hundreds of different ways, but still, it is a major source of grants that we haven't always had. And we may not have. Those funds will be expended for the next 5 years. And then another thing that puts us in a really good position, again, at the moment, is the surplus that the state has. I think it's $92 billion this year. So a great sum of that money is going to be spent on housing supportive things and infrastructure. So right now we do have better opportunities to go for grants and in the next few years than we have in the past, and we probably will 10 years from now. And I just wanted to let people know that this is a moment in time where we, in a sense, are more grant rich than normal, and that's a good thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any remaining questions or comments? If not, we've got a motion from Councilmember Lieber, seconded by Councilmember Matichak for the staff recommendation as amended by staff. I think the only thing I'll add is one of my favorite history lessons is from the North San Jose Area Development Policy, which was approved almost 20 years ago. And Councilmember Abikoga and Don, you might actually know more about this than I do. They approved a tremendous amount of development in North San Jose, and then to incentivize it, the city dramatically reduced the impact fees, which were supported by a Nexus study very similar to this, on the industrial development specifically. And understandably, that created a deficit. They could not fund the transportation needs, and so what they did was they plugged in all of the projects that would have been funded by those fees into 2016 BTA Measure B. So they took San Jose's problem and made it yours and mine. So something to think about. I'm going to support the staff recommendation. City Clerk, would you mind initiating the roll call?
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Abikoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
No.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries 4-1.
Thank you very much. It is 8:30. Colleagues, that means I am 042, as you will recall from the beginning of the meeting. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then so we'll reconvene at 8:40, and then we'll begin the final item. Good then. Welcome back, everyone. It is now 8:40. We will proceed to item 7.1, adoption of resolutions to prohibit oversized vehicle parking on narrow streets and streets adjacent to Class 2 bikeways, and introduction of an ordinance and adoption of resolutions to prohibit parking of all vehicles from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. at designated locations. Translation services are available for this item. We will now hear from our interpreters.
今天晚上我们将会为项目7.1提供西班牙语和中文的翻译服务。Zoom 的翻译功能在底部有一个地球仪。那如果你想要听中文的话，请点击地球仪选择中文，那你将会听到中文的翻译。好，谢谢。Thank you.
Buenas noches, tenemos interpretación en español disponible. Sigue las indicaciones en la pantalla de Zoom para obtener interpretación y seleccione el idioma que corresponda. Seleccione el icono de interpretación con un globo en la parte inferior de la pantalla. Seleccione el idioma español. Gracias.
Thank you very much. This item has been segmented to allow participation by council members who have conflicts of interest and will be recusing. As a result, the process for this item will be as follows. The first part will be the staff presentation, then we'll proceed to public comment, and then recommendations 1 and 2 will be considered together with Councilmember Lieber recused. Recommendation 3 will be considered with Councilmember Matichak recused. Recommendation 4 will be considered with Councilmember Abetoga and Vice Mayor Hicks recused. Recommendations 5, 6, and 8 will be considered by the full council. Recommendation 9 will be considered with myself recused. And finally, recommendation 10 will be considered by the full council. Public Works Director Don Cameron will present the item. Whenever you're ready. Oh, we need to, oh no, she's here, never mind. Hello.
Hi, let me just share my screen, please. Here we go. And give me just a moment. Okay, I assume you can see my screen, Mayor?
Yes, we can.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. I'm Don Cameron, Public Works Director. Joining me to help answer questions is Lorenzo Lopez, City Traffic Engineer. In 2019, the City Council adopted ordinances to prohibit oversized vehicle parking on streets with bike lanes and on narrow streets. For enforcement, the street segments subject to the ordinances must be designated by council resolution and signs installed. Tonight, staff is recommending that council adopt resolutions to add street segments subject to the bike lane and narrow streets ordinances. Since council adopted the resolution designating streets subject to the bike lane ordinance in 2019, staff has identified 4 street segments with bike lanes that should be added to the list. The green arrows on this map point to these segments. The resolution designating narrow streets adopted in 2020 included 444 street segments based on a review of the city's 140-mile street network and measuring 475 street segments. Due to the large quantity of streets requiring measurement and verification, staff anticipated that there may be additional street segments that qualify as narrow that were missed in 2020. And therefore, staff started compiling a list of street segments to measure. 53 segments were reviewed during the last couple of months, which resulted in the following findings. The streets measured that were previously designated as narrow in the 2020 resolution were all confirmed to qualify as narrow. 35 street segments that were inadvertently not measured in 2020 have been identified as narrow. And 2 street segments not previously identified as narrow were remeasured and determined to qualify as narrow. Staff recommends council adopt a resolution adding these 37 street segments identified in green on the attached map to the list of narrow streets. When council adopted the ordinances in 2019, Council also approved a motion for staff to review the parking restrictions on streets greater than 40 feet wide and return with any recommendations for modifying these parking restrictions. Staff reviewed the no parking, no stopping anytime, and the timed parking restrictions, and determined that the locations where these restrictions exist are appropriate. Staff, however, found that the use of the signs prohibiting parking from 2 to 6 a.m. warranted additional evaluation. These signs are posted on 38 street segments throughout the city. Some of these streets also have other parking restrictions in place, including narrow streets, bike lanes, and timed parking restrictions. A few are located in residential areas. However, most are located in commercial industrial areas. The existing signs were installed by staff on a complaint basis related to long-term parking of various types of vehicles. As part of the evaluation process, notices were mailed to all property owners and tenants along the streets with existing overnight parking prohibition signs. The notices indicated that the city is evaluating the no parking signs on the street fronting their property, the possibility that the signs may be identified for removal, and invited their comments. Of the 57 responses received, 48 requested the signs remain and expressed a variety of concerns, primarily related to long-term oversized vehicle parking being allowed on these streets. When staff evaluates the use of the 2 to 6 a.m. signs, staff considered that parking restrictions should serve a safety or community purpose with a reasonable justification that can be applied to similarly situated locations. In addition, the type of parking restriction should be appropriate to the parking issue being addressed. For instance, 2-hour parking limits are used when there is a high parking demand location in a retail area where it is desirable for parking to turn over frequently. In reviewing the 2 to 6 a.m. parking prohibition, staff determined that they do not address traffic safety. They can, however, protect sensitive land uses from middle of the night activity, such as residential and ecological or habitat areas. Staff reviewed the concerns submitted about removing the signs and determined that these concerns are best addressed through other means. For instance, concerns related to use of driveways can be addressed with red curb to preserve sight lines and turning access. Concerns related to public health and safety could be addressed through enforcement of other city codes and laws. Based on staff's assessment, it is recommended that the signs be retained on 8 street segments which are located in residential or habitat areas. The red lines on the map indicate which street segments are recommended to retain the signs, and the blue lines are the streets where signs would be removed if council adopts the recommended resolutions. In addition, it is recommended that the city ordinance for prohibiting parking from 2 to 6 a.m. be amended so that this restriction would only apply to street segments designated by City Council in a resolution. The recommended effective date for the new ordinance and resolution is April 30th. This will provide time for staff to evaluate the streets where the signs will be removed to determine where red curb may be needed at driveways and intersections for sight lines. In addition, staff will meet with concerned property owners and tenants to provide information about city codes and laws that address their public health and safety concerns, and discuss a process for them to work with the police department when problems arise and enforcement of these codes and laws is required. In summary, staff recommends council adopt the resolutions for designating streets subject to the bike lane and narrow streets ordinances, introduce an ordinance amending the city code related to prohibiting parking 2 to 6 a.m., and adopt resolutions designating streets to have parking prohibited from 2 to 6 a.m. This concludes staff's presentation.
Very much. Does any member of the council have questions? All right, then would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hands button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. A timer will be displayed on the screen. So this is the opportunity for members of the public to provide comment. Please raise your hand. All right, let's go with 2 minutes. First speaker will be Michael Mansfield.
Hi there. Thanks for taking my my call in. I'm a landlord, and I wanted to voice my opposition to allowing RVs and campers and other vehicles to camp out overnight and sleep in their vehicles on Wyandotte Street. I operated my business there for 25 years between 1980 and 2005, and I went through the hell when they had vehicles parking out there, and it was a mess. It was unsafe, and additionally, our employees and our customers had no place to park. I sent in my opposition when it was first asked in April, and I never received a reply or any comments from that. And I did ask for comments, but nothing came back until literally on this Sunday, they sent me a copy of this agenda, and I was outraged. I did reach out to my tenants who operate 2557 Wyandotte now, and that's Cobalt Power Systems, and I wanted to read their comments. There are routine full-size semi-trucks that make deliveries during business hours with the semis trying to maneuver, and rig loads unloading on Wyandotte Street in the middle of the street. So if you had parking overnight, people stay there, and it's impossible. There's also a school on the street, and there are, I just see I'm running out of time. So anyhow, I'll just thank you, and I strongly encourage you to not pass that on Wyandotte Street. It'll be a disaster.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker is Edie Keating.
Hello. I remember many years ago when I used to see RVs on Leghorn. Then one day the RVs were gone, replaced by the no parking 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. signs. Much of Leghorn and Independence, dominated by large storage sites, has little foot traffic, few driveways, and RVs parking on the street would have little impact. Of course, large vehicle parking will only be possible if bike lanes are not added. If bike lanes exist or are added to every street that is not narrow, the council will have ended RV street parking in Mountain View. What would happen if RVs are legally banned from Mountain View? Will the residents leave? Will they move to smaller vehicles? Their community connections will not be quickly abandoned. This was very easily shown with the recent shuffle on Crisanto. One thing we do know, while Project Home Key on Leghorn has helped many individuals and families, it has not ended homelessness in Mountain View. Neither will removing these signs, although it will be a benefit. Even on streets like Logue and Clyde, where there are bike lanes, there is also room for parking, and smaller vehicles may be able to safely park there if the no parking 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. signs are removed. Some of the streets. So overall, I support the staff recommendation. I'm happy that this item, as promised, has come back to you. It will be a benefit to remove the no parking overnight signs, and I hope you proceed with that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kevin Ma.
Evening again. I have very mixed feelings about this agenda item. I do agree with the last speaker that the overnight parking signs removed is a good thing. It is opening up streets to, right now, technically everywhere is illegal to overnight park, but you know, changes with what reality indicates. I do worry that given the juxtaposition with the rest of the added streets to the RV bans, basically, is that there are plans for the streets in the current overnight parking list that will later probably be added to the narrow streets or bike lane ordinances, because there are either bike lanes there or maybe there's another measuring. So I do caution to think that this would alleviate those that do live in oversized vehicles. I still oppose an oversized vehicle ban, but I understand that council's a little hands tied at this point, but I still feel like council should provide greater direction to ensure that RVs do find a place to be. As we saw with the news at Crisanto, it is unfortunately very easy to drive them out of the city, when in reality, we should not be doing that. We should be ensuring that people have the dignity to live because they are members of the community. And I wish to see the city do better on that aspect. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sebastian Brislaw. Sebastian, are you able to unmute yourself?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, yeah, I just wanted to call in to speak similar to the previous two speakers. I think it would be great to remove these overnight parking ban signs from the selected streets in this agenda item. I think that makes a lot of sense. If we keep these as well as expand parking bans in various areas, it's just going to make the situation worse overall, not better, because people are still relying on their vehicle to survive in, and they're still a part of this community. We'll just push them out to different areas. And I'd like to see the city find other solutions to help people have a safe place to park rather than just push them out of the city. I find that extremely unjust. And as far as expanding the oversized vehicle parking ban, I wonder how the street measurements are being done and how the ordinance actually defines them, if there's an exact point on the curb or whatnot that needs to be measured. And find it a little ridiculous that the measurement changes by like such small amounts and it is or is not either, considered a narrow street. And maybe council has some leeway to define that in a way that isn't up to whoever is measuring it at that moment. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Eva Tang.
Hey, Council, just testing to see that you hear me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm another caller calling in to support removing prohibited parking between the hours of 2 and 6. And I don't agree with these resolutions designating more streets to prohibit oversized vehicle parking. I hate the oversized vehicle parking ban in the first place. I'll put that out. We've seen this economic crisis really hit low-income people the most, and these people already don't really have anywhere to go. It doesn't make sense in a month that we've declared Mental Health Month to enact more policies that would be detrimental to people's mental health, like removing a possible place that they can park safely. I understand that this is a tough decision because there are people that are dissatisfied with oversized vehicles being on their streets, but I don't think these people want to be on the street like that either. But I don't think that there are solutions right now that would allow us to keep these people from parking on the street, using that as a way of housing. I just think it's incredibly inhumane. And some of these people have kids that need to go to school as well. Of course, they're near schools. People need to access services even if they don't have a home, just like we do. So that's my piece. And I will turn my time back to the council.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England speaking for Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning. In short, we stand behind the staff recommendations and ask you to approve those. The bigger picture is, as you all know, housing and everything related to that is a huge issue. It isn't just this part of it, the parking allowances, but safe parking and supportive housing, affordable housing, and all of that goes along with it. It's a huge challenge, and the fact that staff can do the work they do around all the moving parts is impressive. So again, we recommend that you approve the staff recommendations on this item. Thanks.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mai.
Hi, I recommend that remove the sign of no parking, because a lot of people, like a lot of family, they have 2 or 3, more than 2 cars or 3 cars, and they need to park. And since there is a sign no parking, a lot of people couldn't park, and that's not right. And at the same time that the housing costs in Mountain View are so expensive, it's an outrage. And we push the middle income people or the low income people out of the Mountain View. But however, we still need them to work for in restaurant industry and everywhere. And they don't have a place to stay, and Mountain View didn't have housing to offer for them, so they only stay in the car. We have to give them the chance to have a place to park. So we need to open more instead only a few designated places. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Alex Brown. Oops, sorry. Let's do Daniel Holsey, and then we'll go to Alex Brown.
All right. Thank you. I think, you know, this is a very kind of difficult thing to contend with. I think it's the case where the stated rationale for the policies that we're looking at here is different than the actual intention. And the actual intention of these like overnight parking bans in Mountain View is to push out poor people. And I think that, you know, that needs to be contended with more directly. So, you know, taking down some of the signs is good. Some of this other stuff where it's like we want to have you know, restrictions on near bike lanes and things like that. You know, I ride the bike lanes a lot. Usually the problem is not these oversized vehicles. So that's my comment, and I'll give you the rest of my time, I guess.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Alex Brown.
Hey, friends. I agree with the previous speakers, largely excluding the commercial landlord. I think that staff is doing a good job of trying to find regulations that are serve a good purpose in a you know, parsimonious way. So good job on that. I think it's something we need to continue doing, because laws and regulations like this should serve the people of the city and do as much as they can to protect people and help the people here. But I'm speaking mostly just on behalf of my local community. We have a lot of development going on in North Bayshore right now, especially around Santiago Villa, and there are many residents of Santiago Villa who park on the streets on Space Parkway or La Avenida who are affected by the overnight parking. A lot of those parking spots are slated for removal with updates to the precise plan and some of the development at Microsoft and so the Sobrado project. So, yeah, giving them more time where they can park overnight, and hopefully eventually figuring out a solution where they can find a way to keep their cars that don't fit in their driveways would be really nice. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing none, we will return to the council for deliberation and a series of motions. But first, we have to go through the segmented recommendations. Councilmember Lieber, do you have an announcement to make?
I will be recusing myself on recommendations 1 and 2. Or were you looking for more than that? So the agenda flow has, I think, recommended language, but I'll defer to the city attorney on whether that needs to be read precisely.
I think that's fine. You can just clarify that it's in light of your proximity to streets that will be considered in those 2 resolutions.
Yes, indeed. It's because of my proximity to streets that will be included in recommendations 1 or 2.
Great, thank you very much. The council will consider adoption of a resolution designating Calderon Avenue as a street adjacent to a Class 2 bikeway, attachment 1 to the council report, and adoption of a resolution designating Yosemite Drive as a narrow street attachment to the council report. City Attorney?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was just going to clarify that Councilmember Lieber should log off, but oh, I still see her there. I think in light of the recusal, there we go. Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
No worries. Thank you for the clarification. Does any member of the council have questions on these items? There are no questions. The council may now deliberate and take action on these 2 items. I will note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the 2 resolutions, attachments 1 and 2 to the council report. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll go ahead and make the motion. So this is for 1 and 2. Adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending resolution number 18409, designating one street or portions thereof where oversized vehicle parking adjacent to Class 2 bikeways is prohibited pursuant to Mountain View City Code Section 19.79.3 to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending resolution number 18533, designating one street, Yosemite Avenue, or portions thereof where oversized vehicle parking on narrow streets is prohibited pursuant to Mountain View City Code Section 19.79.4 to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I second that motion.
Thank you very much. Any questions or comments? If not, the city clerk will conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Very much. We'll now proceed to the next item. Councilmember Lieber is invited to return. Councilmember Matichak, do you have an announcement to make?
I do, thank you. I have a real property interest in close reduce myself solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Council will now consider adoption of a resolution designated Walker Drive as a narrow street, attachment 3 to the council report. Does any member of the council have questions on this item? There are no council questions. The council may now deliberate and take action on this item. A motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending resolution number 18533, designating one street, Walker Drive, or portions thereof where oversized vehicle parking on narrow streets is prohibited pursuant to Mountain View City Code Section 19.79.4 to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? Vice Mayor Hicks.
I can second that motion.
Thank you.
I'm actually going to make sorry, Mayor. I'm going to make a comment along with that. This is so segmented, I don't know where to make the comment, so I'll just randomly put it here. I think just for the benefit of the public, what I see happening here is that the oversized vehicles are going to be able to move into some of our more commercial and office spaces. And the feedback I've been getting, and I'm sure other council members have as well, from the developers and owners of those spaces is that they're not particularly happy. But I have met with several of them, and they are, because this is more visible to them, I mean, frankly, the problems of homelessness are more visible to them. I've been meeting with several of them, and they are expressing a willingness to partner with the city to come up with solutions. So I'm hoping that, and quite frankly, it's the huge growth of jobs and the difficulty finding housing, the expensiveness of housing, that is one of the big factors causing this problem. So I'm happy to see that people are, now that this problem may be more visible to some people, that they may want to partner and help us solve the problem. So I would say that's the positive part of the direction we're moving in tonight. And with that, I will second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We might want to keep the comments fairly narrowly scoped to just each of the streets or street segments that we're commenting on or that we're deliberating. I think it's a fair point, but that's something that the full council may want to consider. Any questions or comments specifically about Walker Drive? If there aren't any, then we'll begin the roll call.
Councilmember Abe-Koga?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Showalter?
Aye.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you. And we'll invite Councilmember Matichak to return. And we'll move on to the next set of recommendations. Councilmember Abe-Koga and Vice Mayor Hicks, do you have announcements to make? And let's go in that order.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I have a real property interest in close proximity to Blossom Lane, a street designated in the Narrow Streets Resolution identified as attachment 4 to the council report. So I will recuse myself from consideration of this resolution. Thank you.
And I also have a real property interest in close proximity to Blossom Lane, a street designated in the Narrow Streets Resolution identified as attachment 4 to the council report. So I also will recuse myself from consideration of this resolution.
Thank you very much. The council will now consider adoption of a resolution designated Blossom Lane as a narrow street attachment 4 to the council report. Does any member of the council have questions on this item? If there are no council questions, the council may now deliberate and take action. And I will note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution, attachment 4 to the council report. Councilmember Lieber.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending resolution number 18533, designating one street, Blossom Lane, or portions thereof where oversized vehicle parking on narrow streets is prohibited pursuant to Mountain View City Code section 19.79.4 to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you very much. And Councilmember Matichak, is that a second? Fantastic. You're cutting out a little bit for me, Councilmember Matichak. Just a heads up, that might just be me. I'm not really sure. Are there any comments or questions? If not, then I'll have the city clerk conduct the roll call.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. And we'll now invite Councilmember Abekoga and Vice Mayor Hicks to return. Hopefully they will do so momentarily. The full council will now consider the balance of the streets to be designated as narrow streets or adjacent to Class 2 bikeways, as well as the introduction of the ordinance to amend prohibited parking between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m., attachments 5, 6, and 8 to the council report. Does any member of the council have questions on this item? I'll give, Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I wanted to make a comment. Following up, is this an appropriate time for a comment? Or will we do that?
Yeah, this is fine.
Okay, I wanted to follow up on what Vice Mayor Hicks was talking about and what we heard several of the residents who came and spoke to us discuss. And that is that there needs to be a place for people in RVs to go that is acceptable and that works for everybody. And it seems like in the last couple of years we've demonstrated that we can do that with our safe parking program. We've tried for a long time to get that off the ground, and it really didn't work until COVID, when the county came through and helped with one of the legal issues so that we could have a safe parking lot without going into the long-term RV parking business, which nobody really wanted to do. So anyway, we've demonstrated that safe parking really does work. It not only does it get the RVs off of the street, it provides them with a safe place to park. It provides kind of a community for those residents. It provides them with services. They sign up with case managers and get assistance in moving into better, more stable housing. So I think that with this exercise we're going through now is largely kind of a large whack-a-mole project. We're saying you have to move from this area to another area, but it doesn't necessarily solve the problem. And I think we need to make a new effort to solve that problem again and get some more safe parking lots. So I hope that will be one of the outcomes of this whole problem, is that we will find some more spaces to have safe parking lots and assist people in getting out of their RVs and into more stable housing. And I'd certainly be glad to hear what other people think about that.
So it sounds like you're concluding your remarks. Councilmember Matichak?
Thank you. And I apologize if I'm freezing or breaking up here. Is it better now? I didn't do anything, but yay. I do have concerns about removing all of the no parking between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. I'm especially concerned about the impact on our businesses, especially our small businesses that often rely on having access to that street parking for their customers, sometimes their employees as well. And also a lot of our small businesses are in low one-story buildings, and they do need to be seen by driving by, walking by, biking by, and they do need to be seen. And so it really concerns me that we would impact their business. So I hope through all of this, we can find a way to help them because it is important to keep our small businesses, especially in business, and serving our community. So I do have concerns about removing the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. throughout the city, except for the streets that were identified by staff. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's take a quick tour to the city attorney, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mayor Ramirez. I don't want to interrupt, but I think we need to be really careful not to talk about the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. ordinances. In light of the numerous recusals that have to go through for each one of these ordinances and resolutions, when we get to the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., we do have one more recusal, and we've put them in order so that these discussions do not impact those who are recusing. So if we can, keep your comments to the narrow streets and bike lanes resolutions right now, and then as we get to the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m., it will be more appropriate to have a full discussion about that, just so we're careful.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you, Mayor. What I wanted to bring up is that I hope that the individuals who spoke and talked about what was the methodology and was it fair and can we fudge on it and et cetera, really urge you to read the staff report and read the repeated effort that went into making a fair and objective and repeated measurements and et cetera. And I also hope that at some point we can deal with the issue of the truck trailers that are just left, I guess for months. I've heard that from a number of folks that a truck trailer will just be left on the street with no truck to pull it away for months at a time. And I've not given up hope of a commercial provider being able to provide RV spaces. I've looked at the map recently, and there are some of those still around. They're like in the range of $1,000 a month. So it's, more expensive than living in a shared apartment for sure. But I hope that we can look at that, and I hope that we can continue to look at the issue of the vehicle rentals on the street where there's a landlord or a vehicle lord or whatever they're called that owns many minivans or SUVs or what have you, and they just rent them out, and you get to rent it for like upwards of $900 a month, and there's a low jack on the steering wheel, so you can't drive away, but the vehicle lord will put the vehicle wherever you want it to be on Mountain View streets. And I think we need to do some outreach and try to understand what's happening there so that people aren't gaming the system. Thank you.
Thank you. City Attorney, you still have your hand up. Did you want to speak?
No, I'm sorry. I forgot to lower it.
No worries. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I kept going up, lowering, and putting my hand up because I wasn't sure what I can and cannot say. But I guess I just wanted to respond a bit to Councilmember Showalter's comments. It's been interesting. Recently, I've been doing some precinct walking for other folks in other cities, and what I've noticed is that many of the cities around us, including San Jose, have parking restrictions on most of, at least the streets that I've walked in neighborhoods. And, as much as I mean, I'm very proud of what we have done in Mountain View, but I, would remind folks that this is a regional issue, and we really need the partnership of all communities, all cities to come forward with solutions. To that regard, I recently I listened to a presentation by Move Mountain View, and they had updated that Palo Alto, the city of Palo Alto, has a few safe parking lots that are opening up. And what I found interesting was that the city, I think, is providing one space, or one parcel, but a lot of the churches have actually come forward and offered their parking lots. And, we haven't had that success here in Mountain View. And, I had asked the presenter what the thoughts were around that. I guess, and when I think about it, when I was visualizing it, I guess there's a congregation, no pun intended, but a congregation of churches in a certain area. I think it's like Midtown Palo Alto. So because of their proximity to each other, apparently that's encouraged churches to participate and I think maybe they collaborate and partner to make this program work. So, that would actually gave me hope that maybe more private property owners, churches will step up. Also, just that, another city is participating, that should help. That helps. Because frankly, Palo Alto has had parking restrictions on their streets for a very long time, I've noticed. And so, I think it's important that all the communities participate. So, we do our part. I think we've done, frankly, more than our share. I know that we like to do that, but there are limitations in terms of land and frankly costs. This is not, it is a cost to us. We pay the county to provide those services, which I still don't understand because the county is supposed to get the funding for homeless services and whatnot, but we pay them to do it. So, I think we have to be mindful of that and we need to, be fiscally prudent and frankly, ask our neighboring communities to help out in this regional issue. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Matic.
Thank you. I just want to clarify. We've got so many sections here, lots of recusals happening. I just wanted to make sure I heard correctly that we were covering 5, 6, 7, and 8. Next.
6, 7, 8. So the agenda flow says 5, 6, 8. 2 resolutions and introduction of an ordinance.
Right. So that does cover some of the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. And that's why I made that comment. That's 8.
All right, I'll defer to the city attorney.
So sorry if I wasn't supposed to do that.
No, she is correct. I'm sorry. I heard you say the balance of the items, and I didn't realize that that included the ordinance. I didn't realize that we had moved into that. So I apologize, Council Member Matichek's comments with regard to the 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. ordinance was appropriate. And if other council members would like to discuss that ordinance, that would be appropriate at this time. I'm sorry, I just missed it when you said the balance of the items that we were on the ordinance.
Thanks.
Director Cameron.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to clarify again, the ordinance is simply amending the current city code about 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. parking to say it's only on streets designated by city council by resolution. So the ordinance is not addressing the locations nor the criteria or the decision points related to the locations themselves. So I think that's part of what the city attorney was trying to get to is talking about the ordinance itself is, do you want to adopt these by resolution going forward? But talking about specific locations, we need to wait until the resolutions are discussed.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hicks.
I was just going to make a short follow-up comment on something that Councilmember Abekoga said, that it's important to have regional solutions. And I want to wholly agree with her and say that one of the things that I found positive when I talked to some of the business owners who, if we go through with everything on the staff recommendation, would be affected, is that they were landlords, office landlords for large corporations with locations in multiple cities. So we did have a short conversation about how this has to be a more regional solution. And if we partner with them, that it would have to be not just in Mountain View, it would have to be elsewhere as well. So I wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other questions or comments, a motion is in order for the 3 items that are part of this segment. Vice Mayor Hicks.
So I will make a motion to, I hope I'm in the right place because I was recused for a while. I hope I'm at the right point in the meeting. To adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View, amending resolution number 18409, designating 3 streets or portions thereof where oversized vehicle parking adjacent to Class 2 bikeways is prohibited, pursuant to Mountain View City Code section 19.79.3, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Also adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending resolution number 1853-3, designating 34 streets or portions thereof where oversized vehicle parking on narrow streets is prohibited, pursuant to Mountain View City Code section 19.79.4, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and to introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View amending Chapter 19, Article 8, Division 3, Section 19.71 of the Mountain View City Code relating to prohibited parking between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for June 14th, 2022. The effective date of the ordinance is August 30th of 2022.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Lieber, thank you very much. Any questions or comments? If not, we'll conduct the vote.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber?
Aye.
Councilmember Abekoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Now it's my turn. I have to recuse myself from the next item. I have a real property interest, I guess a leasehold interest, in close proximity to San Antonio Circle, a street designated in the overnight parking resolution identified as attachment 9 in the council report. So I will recuse myself from consideration of this resolution. Good luck.
Good luck. Okay. So well, I will be the chair while the mayor is recused. The council will next consider adoption of a resolution designating San Antonio Circle as a location to prohibit parking between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m., attachment 9 to the council report. Does any member of the council have questions on this item? So seeing no, oh, I do see a question. Councilmember, okay, you're moving on. So seeing no questions, the council may now deliberate and take action on this item. I'll note that a motion to approve the recommendation should also include reading the title of the resolution, attachment 9 to the council report. Councilmember Showalter?
Yes, I was going to make a motion, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View designating one street or portions thereof where parking is prohibited between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. pursuant to Mountain View City Code, Section 19.71, to be read in title only, further reading waived. The effective date of the resolution is August 30th, 2022.
And do we have a second for that motion? Councilmember Abekoga?
I'll second it.
So if there's no further deliberation, can we take a vote?
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Councilmember Abekoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Liebert?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
So next we will wait for the mayor to return.
Good to go. Let's see. Full council will consider the last item, the balance of the locations to designate for prohibited parking from 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. Attachment 10 to the council report. Any questions or comments or a motion? Vice Mayor Hicks.
I'm ready to make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View designating 7 streets or portions thereof where parking is prohibited between the hours of 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. pursuant to Mountain View City Code Section 19.71 to be read in title only, further reading waived. The effective date of the resolution is August 30th, 2022.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Abekoga.
Second the motion.
Thank you very much. Any final thoughts or questions? If not, we will take a vote.
Vice Mayor Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Abekoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Liebert?
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Piece of cake, right? Now we will proceed to council staff committee reports. Are there any? Councilmember Matichak.
Thanks very much. I have a few things. I attended the League of California Cities City Leaders Summit, which was in Sacramento for 2.5 days. And there were lots of good sessions and opportunities to meet with our elected representatives in Sacramento. I also participated in the Silicon Valley Clean Energy Board meeting as the alternate for Councilmember Abekoga. And one of the most important topics that was discussed there was the upcoming REACH codes for 2022 as the state updates their building and energy codes. So look forward to that later this year. And I also participated in the Bosca Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency board meeting. And I want to reiterate, as I'm sure everyone knows, we are still in a statewide drought. And while different systems, water systems, are in different states of, well, they have different amounts of water, let's say it that way. It's up to all of us to conserve water because we might come to the point where we need to help a neighbor. And so everyone needs to do their fair share. And I know we keep on saying this, but we really do need to conserve water And certainly when it comes to outside watering, that's probably the most important area where you can conserve. BOSCA, as well as other agencies, have a lot of advertising going on to remind folks that we're in a drought and to conserve. And I'm sure we'll be seeing that for a while. It really is a serious situation throughout the state. And I participated in one of my favorite events, which is National River Cleanup Day, where throughout Santa Clara County and the rest of the US, you sign up for a location where you go pick up stuff that is in the creek beds. And I always sign up for Stevens Creek and Mountain View. And I was surprised, pleasantly surprised, that there was less stuff, and I'll say stuff because it's a wide variety of things, that were in the creek bed this year in comparison to all the other years I've done this. Didn't come across any microwave ovens or tables or chairs or refrigerators, but we still had quite a few shopping carts. But less of the little stuff, I would say, which, I'm hoping that's not a one-shot thing. I'm hoping that that's a trend. I kept on asking the folks who organized it if they had come out the day before and done an initial round of cleanup, and they promised me they hadn't. But it's there's a large group of people that does this, and it feels really good to do something to help the environment, because stuff that goes into the creek bed goes into the creeks and finds its way to the bay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Abiko.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilor Matichek, for covering the Clean Energy Board meeting for me. I also attended the Cal Cities City Summit in Sacramento, and wanted to make a couple announcements. Well, part of that, during that time, I attended the Cities Association board meeting, where we passed our upcoming budget for the upcoming year. And I wanted to just make an announcement and encourage my colleagues, if you haven't signed up already, we will be having our general meeting on June 9th at the Winchester House in San Jose, with the speaker Russ Hancock from Joint Venture Silicon Valley. So if you're able to attend, I would encourage you to join us. It should be interesting, and it's a good opportunity. We are in person. I know that it's a bit challenging still, but if you're able to and feel comfortable coming, it's just a great opportunity to meet up with our colleagues throughout the county on other city councils. And then I also wanted to mention that this Thursday marks the 1-year anniversary of the unfortunate tragedy at the VTA yard, and there will be a public event at 9 a.m. at the 526 Resiliency Center, located at 353 West Julian Street in San Jose. And so for anyone who would like to participate, please feel free to join in. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Abiko, if you wouldn't mind sending a reminder email or something with information, that would be helpful. Any other questions or comments or reports? If not, we'll proceed to the closed session report. City Attorney Lowe, do we have a closed session report?
No, there is no closed session report this evening.
Thank you. We will now adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. Our next City Council meeting will be held on June 14th, 2022. Until then, stay healthy. The meeting is adjourned at 1:44. Take care.